Jai Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Ki Jai, Jai Shri Shri Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Ki Jai, Jai Shri Shri Gaura Nitai Ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada Ki. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine. Haribol, everybody. Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschata Deshatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Haribol. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Prabhu Nityananda Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Hari Bol. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Louder please. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, 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 Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. So we're asking everyone to put their arms in the air nice and high. If you can take a deep breath, if you can repeat after me as loud as you can, please. Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! 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 Hare Hare! Hare Rama! Hare Rama! Rama Rama! Hare Hare! Okay, you did very well. If you put your hands together, we're going to do the Premadwani prayers. For example, if I say Shri Vrindavan Dharmic, you say? Okay, you did good this time, okay. So, Jai Om Vishnu Pad Paramahansa Parivaraja Kacharya Astotara Sata Shri Srimad, His loving divine grace, Abhaya Charana Ravinda, Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada Ki, Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki, Shri Rup Shri Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Dasa Raghunath Sad Goswami Prabhupada Ki, Prem se Go Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shri Vasudhi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki, Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakun Radha Kun Giri Govardhana Ki, Shri Gangamai Jamunamai Ki, Tulsi Maharani Bhakti Devi Ki, Harinam Sankirtan Yoga Dharma Ki, Srila Prabhupada's Transcendental Book Distribution Ki, Shri Mathura Vrindavan Dham Ki, Shri Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki, Nilachal Jagannath Puri Dham Ki, Shri Ayodhya Dham Ki, Shri Dwarkapuri Dham Ki, Shri Bhaktivedanta Manor Dham Ki, Vaishnav Sangha Vaishnav Seva Ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande. So the next part, I say all glories to assembled devotees, and you say Hare Krishna. Okay? All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to the Lotus Feet of Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Okay. So we just humbly request everyone to take a seat. We're going to sing the prayers to Lord Nrsingadev. After that, we're going to have a Bhagavad-gita class here, and the prasadam is going to be served in the Haveli. And also, we have one announcement. Janmashtami is next week. It's on Friday the 19th. So Friday 19th and Sunday the 21st is Janmashtami. So to come, you need a ticket, a free ticket. You book online, krishnatemple.com. And also today we have a sponsor. We have a sponsor who has sponsored the lunch prasad, and it's Yajur and Nehal. They've sponsored it in honor of their young boy, 1 year old. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Pralada Lada Daine. Pralada Lada Daine. Hiranyakashipo Vakshaha. Shilatankanakalaye. Shilatankanakalaye. Ito Nishingha Parato Nishingho. Yato Yato Yamitato Nishingha. Yato Yato Yamitato Nishingha. Bahe Nishingho, Ridaye Nishingho. Nara Shingha Madim, Sharanam Prapade. Nara Shingha Madim, Sharanam Prapade. Tavakada Kamalavare Naka Adbhuta Shingam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Danubringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Nrsingadev, 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 Jaya Nrsingadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Nrsimhadev Bhagwan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Gaur.
Hare Krishna. So please do stay back for the Bhagavad-gita class, which is about to start. The prasadam will be served even till 2:30, so you're not going to lose out, don't worry. There is a quick announcement just to mention that alongside the Janmashtami, there is a very auspicious time coming on 10th of September. It's a day called the Bhadra Purnima. And this is the day, it is said in the scriptures, like Srimad Bhagavatam, that on this day, if you gift a Bhagavatam to your friends or your family member, just by gifting Srimad Bhagavatam, you're able to go back to the spiritual world. But not only that, especially for the families with the children or anybody actually, Bhagavatam is for everyone. Now you must be thinking Bhagavatam and Bhagavad-gita are the same. No, they are two different literatures. Bhagavad-gita has 700 shlokas and Bhagavatam has 18 shlokas. So that's why it comes in 18 volumes. It's a complete set of Srila Prabhupada's hard work actually. So anyone who takes Bhagavatam at this time, before Bhadra Purnima, anytime from today till Bhadra Purnima, we come to your home and we do an installation ceremony where we do the Aarti of the Bhagavatam, we do the kirtan and we read Bhagavatam with your family members and your children. And we will also be offering a free course in November for your children, anyone who takes Bhagavatam, and as well as for the adults actually. So please come and see us. We have a table right at the reception just outside here, as well as there is a table in the Haveli as you leave the Haveli hall. It's called the Gomatsya table. So just come and inquire from us, take a leaflet if you're interested, pick up a Bhagavatam and take it home and have it before 10th of September. It's a great opportunity actually. So now we will have the Bhagavad Gita class. Thank you very much everyone. Hare Krishna.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Brajajanaranjana Yashodanandana Brajajanaranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Yamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Om Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivrajacharya Astottara Sattva Sri Srimad A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnavavrinda ki Jai Prem se kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki Jai Vrindavan Dham ki Jai Mathura Dham ki Jai Vrinda Devi ki Jai, Tulsi Maharani ki Jai, Bhakti Devi ki Jai, Shri Shri Radha Gopi Gopinath Shamkund Giri Govardhan ki Jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnavavrinda ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasad Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Namaste Saraswati Shri Krishna. Thank you, Smarahari. Hare Krishna, we are reading from Bhagavad-gita as it is. So if you've got the Bhagavad-gita, you can open it up. We had some copies, Marahari, there? No? Okay, if you've got your mobile, you can open up Vedabase and look up Bhagavad-gita and chapter 18 and verse number 65. Okay, you can follow along. 1865, Bhagavad Gita. So, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So, we are reading verse number 65 of chapter 18. Man mana, you can repeat after me. Man mana, bhavamad bhakto, madhyaji, mam namaskuru, mam evashyashi, satyam te, pratijani, Priyoshmi me manmana bhavamad bhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru mamevashyashi satyam te pratijani priyoshmi me manmana bhavamad bhakto Madhyaji mam namaskuru mamevashyashi satyam te pratijani priyoshmi me. Anybody want to repeat? Man mana, repeat the slok. Anybody got it in front of you? Hare Krishna. You would like to borrow the book? Just 2 lines. You can repeat. Yes? If you got Veda base, you want a Veda base? Google, you have Google? Go on Google and then write Veda base, yeah? And then you should have. Bhagavad-gita as it is, and this is 18. And then last one, almost last. There we are. So now you can see the Sanskrit and follow. Yeah? So bolo up, bolo. Very nice, very nice. So, anybody else wants to repeat? Yes? No? Prabhuji? Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Does he want to? Okay. Mat manaha. You can repeat after me, everyone. Man manaha. Thinking of me. Bhava. Just become. Mat bhakta. My devotee. Mad yaji. My worshipper. Mam. Unto me. Namaskuru. Offer your obeisances. Mam. Unto me. Eva. Certainly. Ishyashi. You will come. Satyam. Truly. Te. To you. Pratijane. I promise. Priyaha. Dear. Asi. You are. May. To me. Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me, and offer your homage unto me. Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this because you are my very dear friend. So, can we collectively sort of repeat after me? Yes? Well, this is what Krishna is speaking to Arjuna. It's almost coming to the end. Krishna has given him so many instructions. Now Krishna is talking to Arjuna, telling him, always think of me. Yes? So there's a final instructions. So let's repeat. Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me, and offer your homage unto me. Thus, you will come to me without fail. I promise you this because you are my very dear friend. So there were 2 qualifications which Arjuna had. Anybody know? Why did Krishna speak to Arjuna? Does anybody know? Okay? All right? We'll come back to that properly. Another reason or another quality he had? Yes. So he was his devotee. The answer is Arjun was Krishna's devotee. And Arjun was Krishna's friend. Okay? So two qualities, one is friend, one is devotee. So that is the reason why Krishna is speaking to Arjun. Okay? So we'll carry on. This is the purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. The most confidential part of knowledge is that one should become a pure devotee of Krishna and always think of him and act for him. One should not become an official meditator. Life should be so molded that one will always have the chance to think of Krishna. One should always act in such a way that all his daily activities are in connection with Krishna. He should arrange his life in such a way that throughout the 24 hours he cannot but think of Krishna. And the Lord's promise is that anyone who is in such pure Krishna consciousness will certainly return to the abode of Krishna, where he will be engaged in the association of Krishna face to face. This most confidential part of knowledge is spoken to Arjun because he is the dear friend of Krishna. Everyone who follows the path of Arjun can become a dear friend to Krishna and obtain the same perfection as Arjuna. These words stress that one should concentrate his mind upon Krishna, the very form with two hands carrying a flute, the bluish boy with a beautiful face and peacock feathers in his hair. There are descriptions of Krishna found in the Brahma Samhita and other literatures. One should fix his mind on this original form of Godhead, Krishna. One should not even divert his attention to other forms of the Lord. The Lord has multi-forms as Vishnu, Narayan, Rama, Varaha, etc. But a devotee should concentrate his mind on the form that was present before Arjuna. Concentration of the mind on the form of Krishna constitutes the most confidential part of knowledge. And this is disclosed to Arjuna because Arjuna is the most dear friend of Krishna. Om Gyanan Timirandasya Gyanan Gyanan Shalakaya Chakshur Anmritam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yutapadakam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Svitam Stajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Shri Lalita Vishakan Vitam Stam Sajivam He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastate Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sutadevi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarvyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhayevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So Hare Krishna everyone, welcome to Sunday class on the Bhagavad-gita. So I'll test you. What are the two qualities Arjuna had? Two qualities, Arjuna. That's why Krishna was speaking to Arjuna. Yes, devotee and friend. Okay? Very important. So when somebody is friendly to you, you want to exchange ideas, without getting frightened. You just openly speak to your friend. So all of this Bhagavad-gita, originally Krishna was trying to answer Arjun because Arjun was in difficulty. He's saying, I've got my cousin brothers on the other side and I don't want to kill them, etc. Because he was thinking about bodily platform. So as Gita progresses, Krishna is teaching him not to think of the body, but think of the duty he has to do. He is a Kshatriya, he has to fight. So we have to do our duty in this world. You do your own duty, but you think about Krishna. So put Krishna in the center of your life. You do everything, whatever you're normally doing, but add Krishna to your life. This is what the whole Bhagavad Gita is about. Add Krishna, to your life. So he's telling Arjun, now, you are my friend, so think about me. Because Arjun has now realized he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Arjun in the 12th chapter, he says, Param Brahma, Param Dhamma. You are the actual Supreme Abode. You are the Supreme Brahman. You are the Personality of Godhead. And not only he, but other sages also confirm this. So you are Supreme Personality of Godhead. So he's now getting a lesson from Krishna how to perform devotional service. And we are getting a clue because we are all like Arjun. Our position is like Arjun. So how to live in this material world? We just have to copy Arjun and become friend of Krishna, just like Arjun become friend of Krishna. Yes? Most of all of the Maharajas in ISKCON, they're friendly with their disciples. So there's a relationship, and the disciple can talk freely to the spiritual master. Master, Gurudev, I have some problem, please help me. So if you approach a spiritual master submissively, that is in the 4th chapter, Canto. Yes? You approach a spiritual master with submissiveness, and then they will answer your question. So, spiritual master, Krishna, they are there. Radha Krishna, this is the form which ISKCON portrays on almost all centers. Krishna with the flute, 2 hands, his bluish complexion. This is the form we have to meditate on. This is what Krishna is saying. This is confidential, most confidential. So we have to worship Krishna in this form. There are so many forms. There's Ram, there's Varaha, there's Nrsimhadev. But specific instruction in the Bhagavad-gita is worship me in this form. This is the most confidential information. So we should worship 2-handed form of Krishna. When Krishna was born, he came as 4-handed Vishnu form to Mother Devaki. Yes? And Devaki was worried. Oh, Kans will come and kill you, straight away. So anyway, they wanted to see Krishna in the 2-handed form. So then Krishna comes in 2-handed form. Then he turns into a little baby. Yes? So mother, father are very happy that this is my child, They're happy. But the point is, from 4-handed form, Krishna comes in 2-handed form. Similarly, in 11th canto of this chapter, Krishna shows Arjun 4-handed form and the universal form. So at the end, Arjun gets very bewildered. He gets scared. What is this? So then Arjun prays, please let me see your original form. So then he shows him the 4-arm form. And then he says, this 2-arm form is very, very difficult to hold. So, but because I have given you divine vision, you can see my form as 2-handed Krishna. 2-handed Krishna form. So he's very lucky. He's seen universal form. He's seen this, he's seen that. Now he's in a clear picture that he wants to serve Krishna. So let's go through each one. How does he want to serve Krishna? Yes? Everyone? Can we leave the questions till a little later? Just 5 minutes? Okay, so we are going to go through the word to word, man, mana. So there are 4 things I'll test you later. One is thinking of me. Man, mana. Yeah, mat, mana. What does it mean? Thinking of me. So one thing we have to do is what? Think of Krishna, which we do, I think all of us do. Especially when you come to the temple, you think about Krishna and you forget about your shopping or going to visit this family or that family. You forget about all that. Temporary. Am I right? You come here to take darshan and you want to think about Krishna. Yes? Everyone agree? Yes? Okay. So that's the first thing we do. We think about Krishna. And then bhava, just become. Mat bhakta, my devotee. You want to become his devotee, Krishna's devotee. That's why you are coming here. You want to become his devotee. So he gives you blessing, isn't it? I've personally been here a long time, and people come with babies, and they want to get blessings of the pujari. But actually, we are not giving the blessings. Krishna is giving the blessings. So everyone wants Krishna's blessings. There are so many students who come just before exam, and they want to pass their exams. So they want blessings that I do well in the exam. Am I right? Yes? So you think about Krishna, you come and become his devotee. But I will tell you who is a devotee in a minute, yes? And then what does he say? Mat yaji, my worshipper. So the third thing is, become his worshipper. So at home, if you have deities, even if you have deities, don't have deities, you have a picture. You know, in the old times, there's Sitaram Lakshmana photo or Radha Krishna photo. So people used to just worship the photo in the morning and do arti with the devo. Yes? So that tradition still carries on with the Vedic custom. If you haven't got deities, you keep a picture. Some of the temples in ISKCON, we have Panchatattva deity or photograph, and main item is to distribute books. So it is still a temple, it is still a center, ISKCON center, but they concentrate on book distribution. So this is a very big temple, we have a big congregation. Srila Prabhupada installed the deities personally. So this is a tirtha, this is a dham. Wherever Srila Prabhupada has opened a temple, that is a tirtha, it is a dham, it's a place of worship. So we should go and worship Krishna. Yes? So worship me. And what is the fourth item? Mam, unto me, namaskuru. That's a Sanskrit word, but I think most people know namaskuru. You know, offer obeisances. Namaste karo, namaskar karo, namaskar karo. It's sort of Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, everything, I think all mixed in one. But the point is you offer your obeisances, you bow your head. Krishna actually loves everyone, anybody who bows his head. But he doesn't forgive anybody who doesn't even attempt to bow his head. See, if you've got a problem with the neck or something and you can't bow down, that is different. But most people can bow down. When they come here, they bow down. See, and there was a nice, I think it was Boy George. He sung a song, Bow Down Mister. You know, it's about Hare Krishna. Very nice. Some years back, he sang that song, Bow Down Mister, you know, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. So it's, you know, all we have to do is just bow down. So, question time. Anybody can answer maybe one, and 1 out of 4. So let's do a quiz. One. Just tell me the one item we should do. Come on. There are 4 items I'm after. One is what? One. Speak. Bow your head. Good. 2. Worship me, yes. Okay. 3. Become my devotee. Very good. Become my devotee, yeah? Mad Bhakta. And
include me in all your life, include me in everything
Yes, that is become my devotee. First thing was, think about me. Think. So 4 things, think about me. Yeah. Then, that's man mana, you'll think. Then, mad bhakta, become my devotee. Yeah. Third thing is my worshipper, worship me. Fourth one is namaskar, namaskuru. So if we learn 4 things today from this class, that'd be nice. So you come here, you want to become his devotee, you want to worship him, you want to become his friend, and you want to always think about him, isn't it? Yes? So even if you leave this place, you will think, what beautiful darshan. So that's also thinking about him, isn't it? I agree. You agree? And this is what happens, most children who come, there are school children who come in, coaches keep coming. Because I know indirectly, I take my car to a mechanic. Yeah, they're Turkish. So the man who does my car, his daughter came to the temple through the school. And then, she had a wonderful time. The darshan was beautiful, prasadam was nice, everything was nice. So the first thing she went and told the parents, I went to a beautiful place and this and this. And then 2 and 2, they added up that I also could come to this temple and serve. So he phoned me up. He said, my daughter went to your temple. And she was so happy. Because she remembered the form of the Lord, it's so beautiful, garlands are so nice. So this is what happens, you think about Krishna. Yes? And then when you go out, you tell other people about Krishna. And they get interested. Our Janmashtami festival, coming up soon, next Friday and next Sunday, people through word of mouth have said, oh, you must go to this temple and see Janmashtami, how beautiful Krishna is. Janmashtami, by the way, is what? Somebody can tell me?
Birth of Krishna.
Birth of Lord Krishna, okay? So it's a birthday celebration. So this is the biggest birthday celebration in the world. Because if you go in India, if you go here, if you go any part of the world, Krishna conscious people will celebrate Janmashtami. So, but those who have come 1 year to witness the birthday, they'll always come next year, and the following year, and the following year. But now we come to the point of my devotee, yes? If you come in the evening, 2 weeks before Janmashtami, so even if you come this week, and had you come last week, but doesn't matter, look forward this week, yes? People are coming from work, straight from work, and they come here about 7 o'clock. They take darshan, and then they start work up to 10 o'clock at night. They help as volunteers. They love Krishna. They want to do some service for Krishna. They want to become devotees of Krishna. So devotee means, devotional service means, we have to do some service. To become a devotee, you have to do some service. That's all very simple. To become a devotee, what do you have to do? Anybody can answer this question? Do some service. So people are coming here, about 500 people come every day, every night, every evening, and give their hearts because they want to make this birthday celebration a great event. And we expect more than 100,000 in 2 days people, so we have to actually accommodate them, yes? We have to welcome them. And when they go out, we give them a nice prasadam as well, so they can distribute to their family and friends. All has to be organized, and people have to come and, prepare the sweets, put it in a bag, etc., etc. So this is another service you could do. So I don't know whether you need certification, authorization to come and help this week, but I'm sure you can ask the leaders that you want to volunteer just to pack a few things, if you like, if you want to serve. They are very strict with health and safety that you have to register as a volunteer with different training courses they have. Yeah, it's a 1-hour training course. So you have to register and put your name there. Then you are official volunteer for festivals. But I don't know the official rules. You can inquire when you come to the temple and you want to give some service. There is no harm in asking. Am I right? When you come as a group or something in the evening tomorrow, and you say, I want to help pack the sweets for the car park. Somebody will say, okay, just join the queue, join this group, join this group. Yes? Maybe cutting potatoes. I don't know whether you need qualification to cut potatoes, but don't know what the rules are. But you can help, you can help. Does it make sense? So how do you become devotee? By doing some service, yeah? So when you come, not necessarily for the Janmashtami, but when you come in the future and you want to help serve prasadam, there's a long queue. And you want to wait in the prasadam queue, that is good. Take prasad and then go home or wherever you have to go. But in the queue, if there's such a long queue and there are short staff on the serving side, I always say, can I help serve? This is my attitude, my character, I go and serve. Wherever the service is needed, I'm there. Can I help you serve? Can I do this? Can I do this? Serve water, serve drinks. Fill up cups of water, help people, So that mood of service, Krishna sees. Krishna's got big eyes. Which form of Krishna has got big eyes? It's coming up soon, September 4th in London. Rath Yatra, yes, Rath Yatra. So there's another form of Krishna. Jagannath, big eyes. Why does he have big eyes? Because those people who cannot make to the temple for whatever reason, Jagannath in the form of Krishna, or Krishna in the form of Jagannath, he comes out once a year in major cities of the world. He comes out to give his darshan to people. People can't go and take darshan to the temple. Okay, no problem. I'm coming out to give you my darshan. Isn't he very merciful, Jagannath? So this is what Jagannath does. That's why he's got big eyes. Yeah, he sees everyone up, down, and as we travel actually across Trafalgar Square and the city of London, you see these hotels. There are 5-star hotels, and then on top you will see people looking down on the chariot and Jagannath, Baladev, Subhadra. So it's a beautiful sight. And then as we are dancing and chanting Hare Krishna, they also want to clap and cheer us on. Isn't that marvelous? So that's service also. Chanting, dancing is service. So when Krishna says, Bhakti, become my devotee, join in Rath Yatra, join in kirtan. In the queue when you are waiting for darshan for Janmashtami, it's a very long queue. So talk about Krishna, kirtan. So then you are his devotee because you are conversing about him. Which verse is that? Yes, in Bhagavad-gita it's 10, 11. 10, 11. Anyway, do you know all you don't know, sorry. 10, 8, 9, 10, 11, they are called seed verses of Bhagavad-gita. So we'll go through that very quickly now, very quickly. 10.8 is Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo Mata Sarvam Pravatate Iti Matva Bhajante Mam Bhura Bhava Samanvitaha. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Krishna is saying, I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who know this engage in my devotional service, and worship me with all their hearts. So this verse actually you will see in action if you come during the weekdays in the evening. They're all doing with their hearts. Shall I help here, I'll help here, I'll help here. But they're doing it with love and affection. Okay? The second verse is 10.9. Mat chitta matagata prana paryanta parasparam Katyantasya mam nityam tushyante cha ramanti cha. What does that mean? Is that people like to talk about Krishna. So when devotees get together, they like to talk about Krishna. Yes? It makes sense. If you are in the temple, outside in the queue, Janmashtami queue, you're going to talk about Krishna. Last year I came, it was so nice. We haven't come for last 2 years, so this would be a great opportunity to see. So you'll talk, a little bit about COVID, but more about Krishna. Isn't it? I think, most people will come as friends, as groups, because this is the first time you're coming out. Yeah? So that's the second verse. And the third verse is Tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam priti purvakam dadami bhuri yogam tam yena mam upayantate. So that is 10:10. It's very easy to remember. Chapter 10, verse 10. To those who are dedicated to worshipping me with love, I give the understanding. I give the understanding by which they can come to me. So all we are doing is we are going to him little bit. And then what does he do? He gives us the intelligence. Like he gave the little boy there, the intelligence. What are the 4 things we are talking about today? Am I right? So who gives the intelligence? Krishna. People think, that I became a doctor, I became a pharmacist, or I became this, or I became that, through my own intelligence. No. The intelligence is provided by Krishna. You have to give credit to Krishna first. If you get your certificate, you straight away pass. Before the exam, you come here and ask Krishna for blessing. I want to pass my exam. After you pass your exam, do you come and do something for Krishna? Give some donation or feed the cows or something, or have a party in the temple that I passed my exam. Do you do that? No, you normally do in your house that, I got first class honors. Isn't it? So there you can serve Krishna. Just by coming here and saying, thank you, Krishna. It was because of you I passed my exam. Do you understand? The point, we have to give credit to Krishna. And he loves that. He doesn't need anything. He's Atmaram. He doesn't need your food offering, nothing. He's just after your love. Okay? So there's a verse, Patram Pushpam Phalam Toyam Yome Bhaktya Prayachati. Yes? So he just accepts with love any fruit, any leaf, any water, and any flower. 4 things. But if you are rich and you can afford an orchid or some expensive flower, sunflower, I went recently to Spain. There's lots of sunflower fields. In Paris, but Spain, so many. So the deities there, they have a garland of sunflowers. I have a picture, in my phone. Anybody wants to see later, come and see me, I'll show you actual photographs, Sunflower garland. Okay, so let's try and help you out. This particular verse we read today is 1865. There is a similar verse in the Bhagavad-gita. Does anybody know? If I give you a clue, it's in the 9th chapter, last verse. Okay, so you can look up 934 and possibly read it. 934. Bhagavad-gita 934. You can open Veda base, go into Bhagavad-gita 934, verse 934. Hare Krishna. Okay, I'll open my page. It's the last verse in chapter 9. And then chapter 9 is entitled The Most Confidential Knowledge. Okay? So, Krishna was telling us in this 1865 that I'm giving you most confidential knowledge now. Why? Because you are my devotee and you are my friend. So there were 2 things, yes? Arjuna had 2 qualifications, my devotee and my friend. So you go out of this class and then probably you learn one thing. Arjuna is devotee and his friend. Yes? Okay. So let's read this one. It's called 934. Same start actually. Man mana bhava mad bhakto. That's what we did just now. And then also same next line. Mad yaji mam namaskuru. Same. It is very rare you find the same verse spoken twice by Krishna. So it must be important. You know why is repetition important? Because it will help us remember quicker. A repetition is required when we want to remember something. So Krishna wants to teach us because we are like Arjuna. So we want to learn how Arjuna is behaving. And we want to be in his shoes so that we can appreciate what Krishna is saying. So, man mana bhava mad bhakto mad yachi mam namaskuru mam evasyashi yuktavaivam atmanam mat parayanana. So it says here, engage your mind always in thinking of me, become my devotee, offer obeisances to me and worship me. Being completely absorbed in me, surely you will come to me. So again, the four things are repeated. Four things are repeated. What are they? Worship me, become my devotee, think about me all the time, and worship me. Yes, four things. So did we cover that? Engage your mind always in thinking about me, become my devotee, offer obeisances to me, and worship me. So this is very interesting that there are two verses, 934 and 1865. Yes? So we can end there, or I can end there. So any questions, any comments so far? Anybody, please?
In that 1865, when you read the purport, there was that don't be official mediator.
Yes. Okay, official meditators, there are so many in the world. They're actually pretending that they're chanting, you know. There are false gurus. They say, okay, come with me, you know, I will guide you. And what they do is they let you off these 4 regulative principles which Srila Prabhupada has made very strictly. We have 4 regulative principles and minimum 16 rounds of chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Does anybody know the Mahamantra? Shall we repeat one more time and then you follow me? Hare Krishna. Repeat after me. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. So there is Mahamantra, yeah? There's one. We have 108 beads in our mala, right? So you chant 108 times this mantra. That is called 1 round. So we do 16 rounds per day, minimum. That's Srila Prabhupada's direction. Yes? So 16 rounds per day and 4 regulative principles. Do you know 4 regulative principles? Okay, one is no meat eating. Okay? No illicit sex, that's sex outside marriage. No intoxication and no gambling. So these 4 things are Srila Prabhupada's standards. So if you go to India or wherever around the world, there are so many, in fact in America or whatever, they say, yes, we chant. But you don't have to follow the rules of regulation. So they are cheaters. One way they are cheaters. They'll get a little benefit because they're chanting Hare Krishna. But they are, in my view, they are official meditators. They're doing like this, but they have motive, ulterior motive. And that's not a good motive. They don't want to take you to Krishna. Our philosophy is we are going to help you approach Krishna directly, properly, with guidance. So you approach Krishna nicely. He likes your service. He reciprocates. Make sense? Krishna reveals himself to somebody who is sincere. Okay? Does that answer your question? Bolo, Hare Krishna.
Just one question. You said when people come here, we do pray, we say Jai Shri Krishna, Ram Krishna, and you use that as the first God. How do I manage the fact that I normally start off saying Jai Krishna, Hari Om Namah Shivaya, and then I do the others? It's almost like, can you say them all together?
Okay. So in our rather London Ishwara temple in the Soho Street, there's another temple, Hare Krishna temple in the city. At one point we were saying, if you so desire, Sri Sri Radha London Ishwara, please let us, continue worship, etc. So if you so desire, if you use those words, if you so desire, my Lord, please help my son pass his exam. Or please help my daughter find a good husband. Whatever. But if you so desire. So we are saying to Krishna, if you so desire. Then we are not demanding. People normally come to the temple and they think, this is my view over the years, they think Krishna is a order supplier. I want this, I'm buying a house, so I need a nice car, I need this, I need that. They come with a list to Krishna and then, Krishna, please fulfill the list, order supplier. That is not the way to ask Krishna. We have to say, there's a verse in the Bhagavatam, don't go to anybody else. If you go to demigods, okay, they give you nice, quick results. Lord Shiva gives you quick results. You go and pray and say, I want to get married, boom, boom, boom. So he'll find you. Quick answers. But they are temporary. Temporary. Krishna will not give you something which is not good for you. This is the beauty about Krishna. He will give you something which is going to last forever, permanent, and good for you. So, verse in the Bhagavatam, Kama, Akama, Sarva, Kama. There is one verse, but I remember just the first word. But karma, if you want, fruitive activities, you want, business, no problem. You want, vikarma is not a good idea. It's to do things against Krishna. Okay? But again, it is in that verse that you can still worship Krishna. Main thing is akarma. That is, you want to do some service, like I mentioned about this Janmashtami. You want to come and help. You don't want anything in return. You just want to come and help. That's called akarma. So you don't get any reactions, good or bad. If you do the bad reactions, you get bad reaction. If you do the good karma, you get good reactions. Newton's law, good and bad. Yeah. So we want to do akarma. So again, Krishna says, if you want something, you can approach me directly. You don't have to go through this, demigods over here, there. There are so many cheaters in this world. They say, give me this rupiah, Lakshmi, this much, I'll do the puja, and then you will be successful. We don't want to do that. Just come here, whatever your desires, ask Krishna directly. But as I said, the prayer should be, if you so desire, my Lord, please help us.
I'm not sure if you misunderstood. I think it was, I don't know which God you say first. So can I say Ganeshji, then Krishna?
Yes.
In the order of the gods, I think that's what it is. Does it matter how I say it?
Okay. So this is the answer to the question. If you approach demigods, they'll give you the results very quickly, but they are temporary. Okay? So just just try. I know it's difficult because we are brought up like that. It's very difficult. But just keep simple, like Prabhuji here, or I've been around the world a little bit. If you just stick to Krishna, come here and just say, Jai Shri Krishna or Hare Krishna. Yes? Or my dear Lord Krishna. Nothing wrong. But you are approaching Krishna directly. And he will fulfill your desires. That's what it is. We just become Krishna conscious. That's all. Because I'll give you a nice example. This Ganesh, etc. They are all good. Ganesh removes obstacles. Correct. Yes? Example, there are two examples, and I hope you understand. You know, when we eat something and it goes to the stomach, yes, then all the parts of the body get nourished. If there's food here in my hand, and I say to my other hand, take it, digest it, and then send the energy all around, will that work? If the food is there and I put it to this hand, will it work? No. The food has to go through the mouth into the stomach. Correct? Okay. So that's one example Srila Prabhupada gives. That if you just worship Krishna, all the other limbs, etc., they are demigods. So everyone will be happy. You just feed Krishna and everyone's happy. The second example is, you know, you water the tree or plant. Even I used to do it when I was very young. You know, I thought the leaves have to be green. So I should just spray the water on the leaves. Do you understand? I used to do that. Then I have to make the leaves green, you know, stay green. So I used to have a spray bottle and then on top. But what do people say you should do? You should water the root. Once you water the roots, then all the leaves, everything is nourished. The branches are nourished and the leaves are nourished. And the fruit also becomes nice, you know. Mangoes, etc. They become nice. How do they pick up mangoes? Do you know? Does anybody know? Anyway, somebody climbs all the tree and then one passes to another. That's how the mango comes nice and ripe. But if you're in India, mango season, then you don't get the best, because the best come to London, best go to New York. You know? So we are very fortunate. We are very fortunate. Okay, your question is answered? Yes? So if you just worship Krishna, Ganeshji will be happy, Lord Shiva will be happy, Lord Brahma will be happy. Whoever you want to say, there are how many demigods, do you know? 33 million demigods. That's in one cow represents that cow. But cow is the favorite of Lord Krishna. So he's always next to the Krishna on the altar. So if you have a proper darshan, you will see cow next to Krishna. Okay, sorry, Prabhuji, to keep you waiting.
Sorry, can you give us some light on this concept to approach Krishna? One does through Radha. I don't quite understand that.
Okay, I understand. Okay, so you know when we chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So it's a bit like you want to approach the president. You can't go direct. You have to approach his secretary or somebody along the line. So that makes a little logical sense that you have to approach somebody. So here we approach the energy of Lord Krishna, and the energy of Lord Krishna is Radharani. So to approach Krishna, we have to go through Radharani. So she is the energy, and Krishna is the energetic. Also, we say in our kasta, Lakshmi Narayan. So Lakshmi is the consort of Narayan, Lord Narayan. Lakshmi, here in England, we always say ladies first. We always say ladies first. So Lakshmi's name is in front of Narayan. Radha's name is in front of Krishna. Okay? And Parvati and Mahadev. You know, Parvati is consort of Mahadev, Lord Shiva. So it's like that. Yeah? Parvati, Mahadev. So, you know, Radha Krishna. We always say Radha Krishna. But because we are chanting, the Hare means Radharani. Okay, Hare Krishna. It makes a little sense, yes? So it's always the energy first, and then the energy.
Having Radha in the mind, remembering about her also, as a singing.
Yes.
When we go there, we are approaching Krishna.
Yes.
Having Radha in the mind, somehow we are already doing through the energy of Radha.
Correct. In order to go to Vrindavan, place where Krishna is, doing most of the pastimes and born there, we have to approach Radharani's permission. We have to get her permission to go to Vrindavan. So again, she is very powerful. If she says come, then, like I think in most family, in my house, Maharaj is coming. Before I say, yes Maharaj, yes, come tomorrow, you have to ask the lady of the house, can Maharaj come tomorrow? Then they will be pleased. Am I right? You seem to be very happy and acknowledging. They need a little notice that I have to prepare something for Maharaj, etc. Yes? So ladies again, Radharani, you want to approach Krishna? I think you do that. You're in Grastha ashram. You have to talk to your wife. So it makes sense. She's the energy of the house. She's running the house. Any questions, comments? Did you like the class, Prabhu? What is your name? Philip. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you. Any comments? No, that side? Hare Krishna. What's your name? Philip. 2 Philips. Wow. Hare Krishna. Srimad Bhagavad-gita ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. Kirtan time? Or no? Okay. That's all right. Now I've finished. So Philip, what's your surname? How do you close this? Or can I take it away?
Hare Krishna. Vanyara Sindhuri Sahasra. Hare Krishna.
One day, not too long, they do baby madangas. Not necessarily for babies, but baby size. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimrati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Sarasvati Devi Gauravarni Pracharine Navashesha Shunyavadi Pashtata Deshatarine Namaste Sarasvati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Navashesha Shunyavadi Pashtata Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Gaur Premanande. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
जय श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद की जय, सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय, गौर निताई की
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ke Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ke Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki Srila Prabhupada ki Guru Gurudev ki Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, all together, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, all together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Go Brahmanande, Shri Radha Gokulananda ke, Sitaram Lakshman Shri Gaur Nitai ke, Srila Prabhupada ki. Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasaya, Bhutale, Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Namaste Saraswati Devi Purvani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Prashyata Distarine Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaura Bhaktavrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya.
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya.
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya
Gopal Jaya Jaya.
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya.
Radha Raman Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Radha Raman Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya.
Oh Radha Raman Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Radha Raman Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya.
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya.
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya.
Radha Raman Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Radha Raman Hari
Govinda Jaya.
Oh Radha Raman Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Radha Raman Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya.
Radha Raman Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Radha Raman Hari Govinda Jaya.
Jaya Radha Gokul Nanda Radha Gokul Nanda Radhe Jaya Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman Jaya
Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman.
Jaya Goranita Jaya Goranita Goranita Jaya Goranita Jaya Goranita 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 Jaya Goranita Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jaya Jaya Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Please everybody pay your pranams. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajkacharya Astatra Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajkacharya Astatra Sri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki प्रेम से को श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासरी गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ राधा कुंज श्याम कुंज गिरी गोवर्धन की श्री वृंदावन धाम की श्री मथुरा द्वारका धाम की गंगा मई यमुना मई की भक्ति देवी तुलसी महारानी की सामवेद भक्त वृंद की गौर प्रेमानंदे. All glories to the assembled devotee. All glories to the assembled devotee. All glories to the assembled devotee. All glories to Sri Guru Gauranga. Srila Prabhupada. Please everybody take a seat, please, because 5 minutes prayers for Lord Nrsimha for the protection of everyone. Later. Namaste Narasimhaya. Adalita Iranya Kartipu Padanu Vega Keshavita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadishwa Hare Jai Jagadishwa Hare Jai Jagadishwa Hare Tavakara Kamala Vare अद्भुत सिंगार हिरण्य कशिपु तनु वृंदा केवसीता नर हरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे कर कमरवरे काम अद्भुत सिंगार ललिता हिरण्य कशिपु तनु वृंदा केशवदीता नर हरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवदीता नर हरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवदीता नर हरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय नरसिंहदेव नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव जय जय गुरुदेव गुरुदेव जय जय गुरुदेव
नरसिंहदेव की जय, प्रहलाद महाराज की जय, जगत गुरु शिला प्रभुपाद की जय, साई गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि।
The next arti will be at 7 o'clock, and before that we'll have the Bhagavad-gita class at 6 o'clock. You may stay and enjoy the kirtan while there. And if you have to go, then there is some prasad, Mahaprasad being served outside. You must make sure you have some prasad before you go. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna. All together. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, all together, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, oh Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram,
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna.
Vrindavan tune. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare
Rama
Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Rama, Rama
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare,
Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama
Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Jai Gaur Premanande.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, oh Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Now is the time for Bhagavad-gita class, so everybody can face towards where the speaker is going to be. Yes, just turn around. Thank you very much. He's giving. Prabhuji, you want to sing Jai Radha Madhava? Haribol. Manar Prabhu. Manar.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
10 minutes, 5 minutes? Okay. Hare Krishna. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamunatira Chari Yamunatira Chari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Madhava, Radha Madhava, Radha Madhava, Shri Radhe. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Shri Shri Radha Madhav ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. How are we all doing? Everyone's good? Thank you all for coming to the Hare Krishna temple on a Sunday evening. The best place to be on a Sunday, or any day of the week, but especially on a Sunday before life goes mad again on a Monday morning. At least the kids are not at school, so there's no school run in the morning. So if I could just ask everyone to just sort of move along so I could see everyone, that would be really nice. Thank you very much. Such a sweet devotee. Okay, thank you. If you could just move along. Okay, great. That's fine. Okay. Thank you very much. And maybe if we could just face this way so I can see you all and not the side of your head, that would be really, really nice. Jai, thank you very much. That way I can see you all and interact with everybody. You know, I'm a tutor by profession, so I can tell when my students are falling asleep. I can tell when my students are looking this way and that way. I teach accounting. And anyway, the reason why that can happen is because for some, accounting can be quite boring. But Bhagavad-gita is not boring. So hopefully, the Bhagavad-gita will keep you awake. So what we're going to do this evening is we're going to discuss one verse from the Bhagavad-gita and try and draw some lessons from what Krishna is teaching. Who? Krishna is teaching Arjuna on the battlefield. Does anyone know where this battlefield was? Kurukshetra. Kurukshetra. Where's Kurukshetra? Which country? India. Good guess. Yeah. Yeah, Kurukshetra is in India. And Kurukshetra, in the first verse of the first chapter in the Bhagavad-gita, is described as Dharmakshetra. Dharmakshetra, Kurukshetra. So what does Dharma mean? Peace, religion, pilgrimage, peace. We have so many different meanings for Dharma. The main thing about Dharma, Dhritarashtra was asking Sanjaya. So in the first verse of the Bhagavad-gita, Dhritarashtra is saying to Sanjaya, Dharmakshetre, Kurukshetre, Samaveta, Yuyutsavaha, Mamaka Pandavascheva Kimakurvata Sanjaya. He's asking Sanjaya. So Sanjaya is the king. Dhritarashtra is the king and Sanjaya is the minister. And Dhritarashtra can't see because he is blind. He can't see because he's blind. So what he does is he asks Sanjaya, who is the minister, who can see. So Sanjaya can see everything that's going on in the battlefield. He's got like transcendental vision. He's been given this transcendental vision by Vyasadeva, so he can see what's going on miles and miles away. So Dhritarashtra is the first thing he's saying to Sanjaya is Dharmic kshetre kurukshetre. In this place of pilgrimage, which is Kurukshetra, what are my sons and the sons of Pandu doing? What's happening on this battlefield? Because Dhritarashtra is a good example of what not to be. And we need this in our Shastra. We need this in our scriptures. We need examples of what to be and what not to be. And if we think about where we are, we're somewhere in between. Right? We're somewhere in between. We have what we should be, Lord Ram. You know, Lord Ram came and he was just perfect at everything. He did everything right. Perfect son, perfect king, a perfect husband. He was just perfect. Lord Ram was perfect. He came here and showed how to be perfect and how to live life in a very Dharmic way. How to live life as a good example to others. How to ensure that others come first. Others come before ourselves. So Lord Ram was the pinnacle of this. Dhritarashtra, on the other hand, was an example of what not to be. Always putting himself first, his own interests first, not really caring even about his nephews. The sons of his brother, his brother had even left his body, his brother had passed away. So one would hope that our family members will take care of our children if we were to unexpectedly leave our body early, untimely. But unfortunately, Dhritarashtra was not the right kind of person to be left in charge of the family, because he was only interested in his own interest. Dhritarashtra had a very negative outlook. Think about the way he would present himself. I'm born in the royal family, but I'm blind. So he acknowledges he's born in this royal family, but he focuses on the fact that he is blind and that he cannot enjoy the kingdom the way he would have if he was not blind. But imagine he lived his life thinking, I'm blind, but I'm born in the royal family. Just like a switch of outlook can change everything. We are often slaves of our mind. We are often beaten up not by others, not by the situation. Actually, it's how we take it. It's how we take what comes to us that really can affect how we go about our day-to-day life. So Dhritarashtra, a perfect example of what not to be. You know, we say to be or not to be. Lord Ram to be, Dhritarashtra not to be. We don't want to be like Dhritarashtra because Dhritarashtra was selfish. And we're in this world where we know we are happy when we are selfless, like Lord Ram. We know we are unhappy when we are selfish, like Dhritarashtra. And like we said, we're caught somewhere in between. We're caught somewhere in between of what not to be and what to be. We're caught somewhere in between of being selfish and selfless. We're caught somewhere in between of envying someone and wanting them to fail and appreciating someone and wanting them to do well. We are caught somewhere in between lust and love. And the transformation that takes place in the Bhagavad-gita, or the journey of transformation that Krishna is explaining in the Bhagavad-gita, is how to go away from our selfish interests and how to be happy in contribution to others. Arjuna, he had a big problem. What was his big problem? What was his big issue at the beginning of the battle? Does anyone want to share? What was Arjuna's big issue? Yes? He didn't want to fight family members. Very good. Anyone else with anything? He didn't know? What is the right thing to do? So he didn't want to, he's got his family and he doesn't know what's the right thing to do. Aren't we often in this situation? We just don't know what's the right thing. Like something's happened. What's the right thing to do? And Arjuna becomes perplexed. He starts getting anxious, and his Gandiva bow drops. And he says, Govinda, oh Krishna, I will not fight. I don't want to fight. I would rather go to the forest and be a yogi and meditate and run away from all of this. How often do we feel like running away from our problems? Yeah, anyone who has a job in this material world probably feels like running away. I have 2 daughters, and dare I say it, sometimes I feel like running away. I love them to bits. But sometimes it's like, Krishna, help me. So sometimes we feel that we just want to run away from our problems because running away seems like a solution. Like we think, if I run away from my job, then I'll go somewhere and then my boss won't be able to tell me anything. If I run away from my wife and kids, they won't be able to tell me anything. But the problem is, we can run to Australia. I'm saying Australia because it's the furthest place from England. But the problem is that what we carry in our mind will still come with us. What's in our mind will still come with us. So Krishna says to Arjuna that, okay, you want to run to the forest. The problem is that in your mind and in your physical nature, because you are a Kshatriya, and a Kshatriya's nature is to look after justice, what will end up happening, you'll be able to meditate, forget about things for a little while, but after some time, who you are will just start to come out. It just starts, whatever your natural inclinations are, they start to come out. So Krishna is saying to Arjuna that, you know what, if you go to the forest, because you're a Kshatriya, because you are into justice, you will find some injustice in the forest. And when you find injustice in the forest, you will want to fight in the forest. You'll want to sort out that problem because that's who you are. That's your nature. You can't run away from who you are. You can run away from your job, you can run away from your family, you can run away from many external people and situations, but we can't run away from ourselves. We can't run away from ourselves. And once we take on some responsibility, then the dharmic thing, the right thing to do is to take responsibility of what we are responsible for. So if we have a child, naturally we are responsible for the child, and because we're responsible for the child, it's not likely that we're going to say, hey, I know you're 1, but you know what, when you're 18, give me a call, maybe we can hang out. The child will say, hey, where were you for 17 years? The 17 years I needed you, where were you? You can't say, oh, I was in Australia on the beach, but I thought of you every day. It's not enough. So what happens is no matter how difficult our life is, the right thing, what we always try to do is the right thing, and the right thing is to somehow or the other fulfill our responsibilities. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to fulfill our responsibilities. And Arjuna was not different. He had a responsibility to uphold Dharma, to protect society. And Duryodhan was the person who was trying to destroy society. Duryodhan, Dhritarashtra, they were not going to rule the kingdom in a way that would be beneficial for the citizens. And Krishna is explaining to Arjuna that rather than trying to see this as Pandavas versus Kauravas, try not to see it like that. Try not to see that your dilemma as being something on the material level. Arjuna is thinking, should I be a Kurunandana? Should I be thinking of my family? Or should I think I'm a Kshatriya and I have to fight this war? So his dilemma, what's the right thing to do, is I'm a warrior, but I'm also a member of this family. And both of them were clashing because the warrior had to kill the family. So the clash in the dharmas was very apparent. And Krishna is saying to Arjuna, don't think like this. Think on the platform of the soul. Think that you're beyond a Kurunandana, you're beyond a Kshatriya. Act on the platform of the soul. And acting on the platform of the soul means do what is right in your relationship with the Lord. And when you do something in relationship to the Lord, and Krishna is very clear who that Lord is. The verse we selected for today is 4:11. Ye yatamam prapadyante tam stateva bhajamyaham mamavrat manuvartante manushya pratasharvashaha. In 4.11, Krishna is saying, as all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects, O son of Pritha. So he's saying to Arjuna, as you surrender unto me, I will reward you accordingly. As you surrender unto me, I will reward you accordingly. This is so powerful. What Krishna is saying is that what you're doing in this world, and when he's speaking to Arjuna, he's speaking to all of us. He's saying that what you are doing in this world is all in relationship to me. We may know it, or we may not know it. But what we are doing is in relation to Krishna. But he's saying, as you surrender, ye tamam prapadyante, when you surrender, I will reward you. Tam stateva bhajamyaham. Sometimes we think, oh, surrender. This is a very strong word for a religion. How can you ask us to surrender? What does it mean to surrender? What Krishna is actually saying is, just surrender this false idea of who we are. And this false idea of who we are is that I'm a person of this world who needs to achieve certain things and please certain people in order to find my happiness. And so often we live our life thinking, if this person acknowledges me, if this person recognizes that I'm a nice person, I'm a good person, I'm a great person, then everything is done. In Gujarati, who's Gujarati here? Most of us. It's London. We call it Vakan. Vakan Saimbru, and when we get, we're after this Vakan, someone said something good, or man, this respect we're after. That if we get this, then I have achieved everything I wanted to achieve. And this is the false idea that we live with. How do we know it's false? Because we've all experienced it. We've all experienced not getting the recognition when we really wanted it. and how it felt awful. How it felt, why did I even bother helping her with her wedding when she didn't even thank me in her speech? Like, God. Why did I even bother turning up to this person's birthday party? I drove 200 miles to get there and they didn't even talk to me. You know, and you're thinking, I'm going 200 miles, I'm going to make them so happy, they're going to think I'm such a wonderful friend. And you get there and they're like, hey, thanks, cool. And you go home. You know, we do so many things to try and just get this recognition and get this praise. And when we don't get it, we are left miserable. Then the other side, what if we get it? What if people recognize our achievements, people recognize we did something nice? The problem is, it's never enough. It's never enough. You know, it's like one person, 2 person, 3 person, 4 person, 5 person say you're amazing. But because the 6th person who you were just waiting for to just say something, and you kind of even look at them like, hey, and they don't say anything. You drive home and you don't remember the 5 people that said something good. You remember the 1 person that didn't say something. And what happens? We became a slave to their comment or lack of comment. So this is the false identification that Krishna is saying to Arjuna. Don't live like this. When we are living in a false concept, when we are living with our ahankar, with our false ego, when we are living with our ego in this state of dependence from the world, this dependence that the world is going to recognize me, this dependence that the world is going to give me a great job, the world is going to give me a nice husband for my daughter, a nice job for my son. When we're just expecting all these things to come, and when it doesn't, we feel let down. And then we question ourselves, oh, I'm such a good person. Why is God doing it to me? Then we suddenly, he's the one to blame. He's the one to blame. But what he's saying to us is, why are you so interested in that? Like, what are you going to get out of it? What Krishna really wants us to do is just change our conception. And this is what he's saying to Arjuna. Don't worry about being a Kshatriya. Don't worry about being the Kuru Nandana, member of the Kuru dynasty. Why don't you just think about acting on the platform of the soul? Just think about acting on the platform of the soul. And acting on the platform of the soul means do what Krishna says. Yayatamam prapadyante tamstateva bhajamyaham. As you surrender unto me, I will reward you accordingly. What Krishna is saying is, I want a relationship with you. That's what he's saying to Arjuna. I want a relationship with you. You know, we're in this material world, and when we are single and the best person comes up to us and says, hey, I want a relationship with you, you're like, wow, amazing. They want a relationship with me, like really me. But this is Krishna. He wants a relationship with us individually. He wants a relationship with us. He wants this. And he's saying that as you act in the relationship, I will reward you accordingly. Now, that reward, it's like a special reward. It's so special that he doesn't tell you what it's going to be. He doesn't tell you what it's going to be. Because if he tells you what it's going to be, then you're going to focus on the reward more than you are on the relationship. Right? So if Krishna said to you, look, if you hang out with me, if you chant my name for like 2 weeks, I promise you £2 million. Then what you'll be focusing on is the 2 million. You won't even, So Krishna doesn't tell us the reward because we're in this conditioned state in this material world where we just focus on things, objects, praise, and all these other things. Krishna knows that our relationship with him won't be genuine if he tells you the reward in advance. So he won't come in your dream and say, you chant for 1 week and I'll get you £1 million, or I'll get you the car, I'll get you the wife. He won't say that. But what he will do is say, Tamstateva bhajam yaham. I will certainly reward you. I will certainly reward you. So then it comes to a question of Shraddha. What does Shraddha mean? Faith. Shraddha means faith. So in the Bhagavad-gita, it's a really amazing book. In the Bhagavad-gita, in one of the purports, Srila Prabhupada explains what is the definition of faith. And Srila Prabhupada explains that faith is an unflinching trust in something sublime. An unflinching trust in something sublime. So have trust, have unshakable trust in something that you cannot see. Have some trust in the unknown that I am going to give you. An unflinching trust in something sublime. Sublime means beyond the material world. Sublime means beyond our day-to-day. And have this trust in Krishna, that if we develop this relationship with him, he will interact with us accordingly, according to how we surrender unto him. And he does this in many different ways. We will see the different lessons that will come into our life, because we'll see everything in relation to him the more we surrender unto him. And we'll be able to see, wow, Krishna, before, and I can give this as an, I remember this example that many years ago, I remember before I was even coming to the temple, if someone would say something to me, it would make me mad. It would just make me mad. Like, oh my God, it just make me mad. And then after some time, I was chanting, and after some time, that kind of calmed down. And I never read anywhere that, if you chant, you won't react as badly as you would before. I never read that anywhere because I wasn't reading anything. I just thought I should chant. I thought, I'll go to the temple and I'll start doing something and just come and chant. I never read. I would never stay for class like all of you. Nice. I would never stay for class. I think, they're talking on Bhagavad-gita, how boring. And I'd just come in, hey Krishna, and bye-bye. But what I did do is I went out to that reception, and they were giving out these chanting beads. So this is in 2001, and they were giving out these chanting beads. So when they were giving out these chanting beads, I thought, hey, you know what? I'd like to do something every day. I'd like to do something every day. Just like something for God. I'm doing so much nonsense every day. And at that time, I was a student doing lots of nonsense. And I thought to myself, okay, if I just do some religious thing every day, then that will counteract all the crazy stuff I do. That was that kind of thing in my head. Don't do this at home. But that's what I thought in my head. But what happened was, I was chanting. Maybe for about 2 years, I was coming to the temple. I was chanting. Still hadn't read anything. Still didn't stay for a class. I would just come to the temple, say hi to Krishna. If they were dancing, like they'll have some kirtan after this. I'd do a bit of dancing because I used to like going to nightclubs and dancing. So I thought a bit of dancing and then go home. And that was my spiritual life. But what happened after a couple of years, I realized through this chanting that there is some change happening. I realize that there's some change happening. And when I notice some change happening, I thought to myself, ooh, this thing I'm doing seems a bit real. It doesn't seem something ritualistic anymore. It doesn't just seem like like what I'm doing is just because someone told me I'll become this, because I wouldn't talk to anyone. If someone tried to talk to me, I'd be like, no, thank you. I've got my own friends. And I'd just quickly, I'd make it very clear, I'm not up for this. I just want to do my own thing here. Come to the temple, not talk, not do anything, just do my own thing and get out quickly before someone tries to try to make me a devotee, because I didn't want to become a devotee, because then I thought, if I become a devotee, I'll have to stop drinking and I have to shave my head, and look what's happened. But what I started to notice is that by chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. By chanting this mantra every day, after some time, some effect was happening. Something was happening. And I remember driving, I was studying my accountancy exams, and I remember coming out of the library, sitting in the car, and I used to use the library in Hertfordshire, the Hatfield. The Hatfield University. I wasn't at that uni, but I just used to use the library for studying. And this temple's on the way, because I live just in Northwood, which is kind of you have to kind of go past Watford to get to Hatfield. So I remember, and so sometimes I'd come to the temple in the morning, then go to the library, or sometimes I'd go to the library and then on the way back I'd pop into the temple just to say hi to the Lord. But I remember one day I got in the car and I started driving and I said, this Krishna, he's doing something. I remember he's doing something. I didn't know what he was doing, but I knew he was doing something. And then I started to read, and then I thought, okay, maybe I should read, maybe I should talk to some devotees, and then when I read somewhere something along the lines of will be less affected by the material energy, and that's when I thought, wow, I'm noticing it, and then I read it. See, if I'd read it first, I would have convinced myself that because I read it, I'm just telling myself it's happening when it's not really happening, but it's happening. And, my mind would have convinced me that my mind is doing it and it's not real. But because the change started to happen before I knew what was meant to happen, I kind of thought, oh, this stuff is real. What is happening is real. It's like when you go on a journey, and let's say you're driving from Watford, and you're driving up north. Let's say you're driving to Liverpool. Okay, I'm a Liverpool fan, so I can say Liverpool. Okay, so I'm driving to Liverpool. I'm in the car, and at some point, it says on the map, you will go past Birmingham. It says in the map, you drive 100 miles, you'll be in Birmingham. You drive another 100 miles, you'll get to your destination. And when you're on the map, when you're driving and you see, Birmingham city centre, take this exit, Birmingham University, take this exit, and you're on your way to Liverpool, but you start to notice that what's on the map is Birmingham, and now I'm seeing Birmingham, I must be in the right direction. I must be going in the right direction if I'm seeing what it says on the map. So similarly, when we read the Bhagavad-gita and we start to notice some internal change that's in line with what it says in the Gita, then we're thinking, I'm on the right track. I'm on this journey and I'm on the right track. It's not overnight, it's a lifetime. So it's not something that we can just achieve in one day. It's something that it's a transformation of the heart that goes on continuously throughout our life. I remember when I was 15, my grandfather passed away. My dad's dad, my dada. When he passed away, I remember thinking to myself, I was 15 years old, and he passed away. And I remember thinking to myself, is that it? I saw his body, and I was just thinking, is that it? Bus. I was spending time with him. I would play with him. He would take me on the bus. He would take me on the train. When he'd go out with his friends, he would take me with him. I was his eldest grandchild, so I was like the one who'd always get to hang out with him. And then one day he's gone. One day he's not here anymore. And I remember thinking, is that it? Is that it? And if we don't go beyond, if we don't look beyond what is in our life, what is life all about? What is the purpose? I remember after he passed away, I remember that for some years, you could use the words off the rails. I think they used that word. So I went off the rails, as it were, like detract from what a good son, a good Indian boy would do, as per se. And I remember at 17, 18, 19, around that age, I remember I kept thinking to myself, what is the purpose of life? Like, what is the point of all of this? I'd look into the sky, and I'd look at all the stars, and I'd think, what's beyond all of this? What's happening up there? And then I'd look around me, and I'd think, who made all this? Where did all this come from? Sometimes we hear, oh, there was a big bang, and because of this big bang, everything got created. But to me, it just didn't sound like a real explanation. It just didn't sound like an explanation. It just sounded like something, like when you want to tell your child something, so they just be quiet. Does anyone do this with their kids? Yeah, it's like, you just say something so you're busy with something, so you say something to your kid so they stop annoying you and you can carry on doing your work. We sometimes do that. I've got an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old, 2 daughters, and they love to talk, and I love talking to them also. But sometimes if I'm doing something, I might just say something so that they just stay quiet. And it felt like, and the worst thing is when I say, yes, you can watch. And that's, they sometimes just go for it with me until I say, yes, you can watch. But when we hear things like the Big Bang, it just felt like something that would just keep people quiet, but it didn't sound like a real explanation. Because if we think about it, every design needs a designer. Everything, all things that are made with some intelligence needs an intelligent person behind it. So nothing that I was hearing from this material world, should I say, it wasn't making sense. But when I was started to experience some of the changes it tells me in the Bhagavad-gita, then we start to think, well, hold on a second, I can experience some of what Krishna is saying. And if I can experience some of what Krishna is saying, maybe I could come to some conclusion that what Krishna is saying is correct. Because you can experience some of it. Right? We can factually experience some of these changes that Krishna speaks about. We'll become more peaceful. My wife might not agree that I've become peaceful yet. But I keep telling her, you didn't know me 20 years ago. You've only known me for 10 years. So there's a change from there to there. We get less affected by the duality. It doesn't mean we're not affected, because it's a lifetime of transformation. But we notice we're less affected. We're less affected. We start to see the changes. So then when Krishna says, Mata parataram nanyat kinchidasti dhanjaya, when he says something like, everything rests on me. When Krishna says everything rests on me, we might think, yeah, right. How can it rest on you? You're just playing the flute. You're just having a good time. You're just stealing butter. How can everything rest on you? But if he's saying the other things, it's kind of like, well, hold on, I've got to Birmingham. I reached this place. And because I've got to Birmingham, I know the map must be correct. Because what's meant to happen in this journey, it's starting to happen on this journey. So then I can start trusting the map. And because I can start trusting the map, I follow the map. So similarly, what we do, we understand, yes, I'm doing what Krishna says in the Gita. I'm starting to develop a relationship with him. He is starting to reciprocate with me. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to trust him. I'm just going to trust him. And I understand from the Bhagavad-gita that trust, faith, means trust, an unflinching trust in something sublime. It means I may not be able to see it. I may not be able to see that everything rests on Krishna. I may not be able to see it. But because I can see some other things, I'm going to just trust him that everything rests on him. I'm going to trust him when he says that if we when Krishna says, offer respects unto me, always think of me, become my devotee. When Krishna says these things to me, I'm going to do it, because just like I followed Google Maps and it took me to Birmingham and it says, hey, now get off the M1, get onto M6 and carry on your journey, I'm going to think, okay, so far I've been doing a little bit of chanting, I'm listening to the Bhagavad-gita, I'm reading it a little bit, I'm noticing some change, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to get off the M1 and get on the M6 because everything so far has been good with this map. So then I'll do what Krishna says. I'm going to try to always think of him. I'm going to offer my respects to him. I'm going to become his devotee. Because Krishna says that I will protect you from all your fears. Wow. That's amazing, because this material world is full of fear. Aren't we always fearful of something? If you're not, switch on the news for 5 minutes and you'll be fearful of a lot. Because this material world, it's described, Krishna says it. He says to Arjuna, by the way, you know the place you're living in? Dukhalayam. What does that mean? Full of misery. It's part of the world. He says to Arjuna, by the way, this place you're living in, ashashvatam. That anything happy, anything good going on, ain't not going to last for too long. And we know that. We know that. It doesn't last for too long. He's saying that to Arjuna. So then he's telling you what the world is like. It makes sense because it is what he says. It's like it is what it says on the tin. We see it is what it says in the Bhagavad-gita. It is full of suffering, and the happiness here is flickering. It doesn't last too long. I remember when I passed my ACCA accounting exams, I thought, that's it. Wow, I've all the stresses in my life are now over. There's going to be no more tension, because for 3 years, the only tension I had is just pass these exams, and when you pass these exams, that's it. So I remember 2005, got my exam results, oh, you're a qualified accountant, no more problems. That's it. It's all done. Great. No more problems. Then you're like kind of happy for a few days and then boom. Something else comes along. And you're like, okay, Dukhalayam, Krishna says it. The world is full of suffering. Why is it full of suffering? Then we might think, hey, Krishna, what are you doing? What? You're God. You're like smiling, enjoying yourself, you got the flute, you're having a good time, and you're making me suffer. No, he's not making us suffer. What happens is he's there in the spiritual world having a good time. And he's saying to us, look, why don't you come to me? When you come to me, you'll be in a place of Vaikunta. Vaikunta means a place without anxiety. Doesn't that sound amazing? A place without anxiety. So if we go to him, we won't have any anxiety. But we can't go to him unless we become like the people who are with him. So it's like tomorrow, today is what day? Sunday. So tomorrow night, Liverpool are playing a football match. Right? Now, I could go to Liverpool and just get on the pitch and just start playing. And they'll be like, hey, what are you doing? you can't play with me. The other players would say this. You can't play with me because you're not like me. And I'll be like, what do you mean? Like, because you can't kick the ball from here to there, and you can't run that fast. And everyone else on this pitch can run this fast. They can kick the ball from here to here, and they can do things with the football. And I'll be like, oh, okay, I better go out then. So similarly, if we want to go to the spiritual world and be with Krishna and be with all of Krishna's associates in the spiritual world, we kind of got to be like them. And if we want to be like them, we got to develop a relationship with the person that everyone else over there has developed a relationship with. And everyone over there wishes well for each other. Everyone over there isn't trying to stamp on each other's heads to get to the top. Everyone over there loves each other. Everyone over there is having a great time without intoxication. So if we want to go to that place, we got to become like the people over there. So Krishna says, hey, Yeyatamam prapadyante tam stateva bhajamyaham. What Krishna is saying is, just start this relationship. I will reciprocate. And as I reciprocate, you just go deeper into that relationship. He'll keep reciprocating. We keep going deeper into the relationship. He'll keep reciprocating. And before we know it, we are in a lifetime of joyful transformation. It's a joyful transformation. Krishna says to Arjuna, susukam kartam avyaham, that this process is very joyful. It may seem like, oh, I'll have to give this up, I'll have to give that up, it'll be miserable. It's not miserable. It's not miserable. If someone said to you, just give up your £100 and I'll give you £1,000, would you do it? Yeah. Why would you do it? Because you get more. So that's what Krishna is saying. That, you know what? You will only give up the 100 when you got the 1,000. So similarly, when He gives us spiritual happiness, we'll give up the things that don't really give us deep contentment. When we're looking for praise from others, that's not deep contentment. It's a few seconds of satisfaction. But when we get recognition from Krishna within the heart, we feel deep contentment. How do we do that? Like we said right at the beginning, that Dharmic kshetre, Kurukshetre, if we are in this place, which is like a battlefield, but turn it into Dharmic kshetre, turn it into a place of pilgrimage, by devoting ourselves to what Krishna wants us to do, by devoting ourselves to Krishna's will, which is what Arjuna did. He devoted himself to Krishna's will, and everything became clear. He didn't fight because he's a Kshatriya. He fought because Krishna said this is the right thing to do. So, as we are approaching Janmashtami this week, we can think of how are we going to deepen our commitment to Krishna. That's the best birthday present we can give Him. We can give Him a nice birthday gift by saying, Krishna, every day I will read 2 verses of the Bhagavad-gita. If we read 2 verses of the Bhagavad-gita every day, we'll finish the book by the next Janmashtami. It'll take 1 year, because there's about 700 verses. So we can say to Krishna, I'll read 2 verses of Bhagavad-gita every day, and I'll chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra at least for half an hour. Half an hour. I know it seems like, oh my God, where am I going to find half an hour? Just look at how much TV we watch and just cut it by half an hour. How much internet browsing we do, and we cut it by half an hour. So we're going to finish here because it's time for, I can see that this means we got to finish. Hare Krishna. So we're going to finish. I think we still have beads outside. Please pick up some beads. Chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra half an hour every day. And if we read 2 verses of the Bhagavad-gita, we'll notice in 1 year how our life, how our heart transforms so much, we want to just continue more and more and more. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you very much. There's an announcement before Gaura Arati.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Welcome to Bhaktivedanta Manor. And welcome to Gora Arati. And listening to Prabhu tonight, how can we give that a little bit more? Tonight we come to see Lord Krishna and the deities, but someone else has come to see us. And they're here to hear us dancing and chanting, and that is how we can give that little bit more to Lord Krishna and all the other deities tonight. So open your hearts, dance, sing, and sing to Lord Krishna. Can I ask all the men to come on this side of the room, please, and all the ladies on that side of the room? Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Shri Radha Gokulanand ki, Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Gaur Nitai ki. So we'll sing this song, the Gaur Aarti song, as the Aarti is being performed. So the words to the Gaur Aarti song is on the sheet coming from the right hand side on the ceiling. The lead singer will sing one line, and if you can follow the lead singer, after he sang the first line, second line like this, and then we'll go on to chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra.
Kiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kashova Kiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kashova Kiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kashova Janavi Tatavane Jagamana Vasa Chatradharane Vasa Chatradharane Vasi Ache Gaurachan Ratna Singha-sane Vasi Ache Gaurachan Vasi Ache Gaurachan Ratna Singha-sane Vasi Ache Arati kore na Brahma Adi Deva Gane Arati kore na Arati kore na Brahma Adi Deva Gane Nara Hari Adi Kori Chamara Julaya Nara Chandrajini Vadana Ujvala Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatare Shatarine Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare
विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य स्तुतरसत श्री श्रीमद अभय चरणारविंद भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी महाराज शिल प्रभुपाद की ISKCON BBT फाउंडर शिल प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नाम आचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद शिवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद की श्री श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की श्री श्री गौर निताय की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की अयोध्यापुरी धाम की गंगा माई यमुना माई की भक्ति देवी तुलसी महारानी की सामवेद भक्त वृंद की जय निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे। Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga. Srila Prabhupada ki. Please do take a seat. We're going to conclude the Aarti ceremony by offering Pratana Pranam onto Lord Nrsimhadev. Please do maintain silence. We'll have Nitya Shekhar Prabhu who will be leading the Nrsimhadev prayers. And then we'll have some important announcements and that will be given by Antaranga Prabhu. So please do stay with us because there are some important announcements we'll be giving. Hare Krishna!
Chanu Bringa Kesha Vajit
Krishna Vasevake Janitai Gaura Premanande Harinam Sankirtanya Gyake. Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! So on behalf of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, thank you so much for coming this evening to our Dham. So what will happen now? 9 p.m. darshan, but I have one very important question for you today. Do you guys know what we're actually celebrating next week? Akash's birthday. Maybe not that. There's one birthday boy very special to us, to our hearts, and he resides on the left side on our altar. What's his name? Krishna, sorry, what's his name again? Krishna! So Sri Krishna Jamashtami will take place on the 19th here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. So please come. 20th, there's a special another appearance, very important to our hearts. And that personality sits right there. He's got a special place. You see that Vyasa-san? So his name is Abhay Charna Arvinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki! So that will happen on the 20th on Saturday. And then on the 21st, again, we're going to have a big celebration here in Bhaktivedanta Manor. So please, I hope can see all of you here and more. Last 2019, before the lockdown, we had 70,000 people coming in 2 days. So I bet in separation that we can do at least 100,000 this year. Yeah, of course. Yeah, tickets online, so you have to book your tickets online. Now we're going to have a kirtaniers, they will set up right underneath the picture of the Panchatattva. So thank you so much, please. You can face the kirtaniers and get yourself ready to some rocking kirtan. Srila Prabhupada ki! May we have a wonderful, blessed next week. Hare Krishna.
We might as well get him to sponsor the other. Yeah. Actually can buy some. It's like candy. It's not working.
Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyatata Shitarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Rama Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Rama Rama Hare 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 Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna
Namaste Nara Shringhaya Namaste Nara Shringhaya Hiranyapashi Purdakshaha Hiranyakashi Purdakshaha जय Premanande Hari Bol. Hare Rama Hare Rama Eva Kevalam. Kalo nasteva 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 gatiranyata. Hare Rama Hare Rama Eva Kevalam. Kalo nasteva 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 gatiranyata. Hare Rama Eva Kevalam. Kalo nasteva 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 gatiranyata. Shri Hari Ram Prabhu ki jai. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyascha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Nantakoti Vaishnavanda ki.
How are you? I'm good, how are you? Fine, thank you. I have to put my whenever you're ready, no rushing.